I have 12 emails, 30 messages, and a proposal due by 10. How am I already underwater?
I'm in the same boat.
I'm in an actual boat.
I thought Grammarly just fixed grammar. They make boats now?
It's more of a metaphorical boat. Because I've been
Let's get your Streamlabs green screen going.
Sup? It's good to be back. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary, binaries, unidentified, genre-flying, transvestites. Welcome to stream number 2. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me just quickly, before we get kicked off. Sorry you guys gotta see this, but it's actually good. So we got this ticker up there, and I want to update it a little bit with 2 of the topics that I intend to cover today. I mean, if I was going to attempt to cover all the topics, that would be quite something. And I've actually developed an app which we're going to be having a look at that helps me do that. And I tried to develop it by using Devin, actually. So we're going to see to what point Devin is a good boy. I think, and I've given my 2 cents on Devin already. I think he's a good boy. I like him. I like him, actually. The only problem is that he will become oblique in the matter of a couple of, well, maximum months with O3, right? Devin is basically a multi-agentic workflow presented as one single person agent. It's, I'd say, yeah, definitely up to par with some of the crew AI and some of the autogroks. Sorry, some of the auto GPTs. But news testing the Devon. That's good. Gamified line stream. But the real thing is, like, what they did with Devon is they just made him easier for everybody to use. So I think this might have been a rush because of Q4. Ooh, we got some problems, do we? New recording, is it? No, we don't have problems. All is good. Okay. Decoding the language of biology. This is something I really want to talk about because one of the things that I definitely needs to be demystified is that this idea of AI, and AI kind of being like an independent silo, because the reality is AI is just one of the or the main proponent, let's say, of a technological shift, which is a convergence of multiple different technologies, and perhaps the most important one from a human standpoint is biotechnology, because our ability to keep up with the ever exponential progression of AI is by managing to merge with it, if you think about it. So all of these things, like, that maybe people are not paying too much attention to and are more focused on models and which one is the strongest one, which one is the best one. More attention should be given to BCIs, brain chip implants. More attention should be given to different technologies which are in that area. So we're gonna look at some of that, and then I'm gonna finish out a product which I've been building up with Devin, and we're gonna see what is his okay, what is his final capabilities. I mean, this is the test, which, as I've written, tells us whether or not he's hot or not. Cool. All right. Final. I made some changes in the look of the stream so that I don't occupy too much space. This is a request some people had. And also because so it fits better in vertical mode, which is something I've been testing on a lot. We are now live and alive, streaming onto 7 different platforms. Okay, yeah, sure. Look, I'm not using. I like OBS. I'm a fan of OBS. But I actually decided to try Studio Labs, and I mean, Studio Labs is, I guess, the fastest, best way to hit the ground running when it comes to streaming. And Pixels are flagship models. Man, if there's a lot of news. So one of the things that we're going to be doing today is covering the news, or at least most of the news, and playing a little bit with Devin to get really a sense of whether or not how far can he go. I've made my position regarding Devin clear before. I actually think he does a very good job when it comes to replacing, or well, let's call it what it is, right? He needs minimal supervision when we're talking about junior software engineer development, and he is made in a way. The big difference between Devin and the other multi-agentic workflows is that he's been made to be extremely user-friendly. And that's a problem that we have in AI, which is most of the companies are focusing constantly on like the power of the models that they're developing, and that's great. But reality is that we know that more data does not necessarily mean that you're gonna have better AI, better emergence intelligence. That is something that needs to be quickly disproven. Yes, it definitely helps make models more efficient, but it does not change them from system 1 to a system type 2 type of thinking. And that's something that you can see with the ARC benchmark test, and I advise everybody to look that up. Anybody who's confused about whether or not, like, it's more data equals better better models, or more data equals let me rephrase that. More data is the way towards artificial superintelligence or artificial general intelligence. Then yes, that is something that needs to be that I think is made very clear, and has been laid out in several ways through the benchmark that ARC provides. So Devin, of course, is a level systems 1 type of AI, right? It is a multi-agentic workflow. Now, it's important, and I'm just going to preface this. I don't want to dive into it for too long. It's important to understand that a lot of this idea around multi-agentic workflows, or let's say, agents, are a little bit hyped up in terms of marketing. At the end of the day, a multi-agentic workflow, in terms of its ability to deliver, is very close, if not equal, to you just calling a large language model workflow with several different functions. So that is one thing which is, I think, important to say. Another thing that's important to mention is, however, I do still have some reservations, or let's say I still do have some soft side for swarm intelligence batches, or the swarm agents. There has been some papers that eerily show that actually some of these swarm intelligence tools are able to, because they are constantly exchanging information in between themselves, right? It's like they share a memory bank, so to say. They're able to do two things. They're able to think fast and think slow. So they're able to have a very dynamic answer or a very dynamic response to any given problem. But it seems that some papers that were launched last year have also made the presupposition that they're able to actually understand based on what has happened before. Well, this is a whole topic. I'm not going to get into that. That's not part of today's stream. For that, it would be really that would be its own proper stream where we go through, where actually most of me and the community come from, which is a server called Auto AGI, and which is a precursor of MetaGPT and the precursor of Camel GPT, which was made by the Saudis, and then the precursor of Baby AGI, Baby AGI2, all of them, and Crew AI and Auto GPT. If you follow that, it's really interesting to understand what is actually the difference between a multi-agentic workflow and an LLM workflow with a lot of function calls or a lot of tool calls. And is there actually a difference? And if there is a difference, what is the difference? And there is actually a difference, but the difference is not one which leans on any preferred system over another one. Yeah, so let's start by testing. I want to see what's up with as I've said, like AI is not existing in a silo, and what we're experiencing, this paradigm shift, is not something that can be ultimately just attributed to AI. It's something that has to be attributed to AI and the way that it propels all the different technologies that are cross-converging, including blockchain, Web3, including biotechnology, BCIs, as I've said just before, brain chip implants, which are going to be absolutely crucial. And I think a lot of the focus that's going to be put on in the next couple of months will be moving more towards moving more towards that area and exploring more of those areas. With that said, let me open up a couple of things I wanted to check out. This is a news part where I just go over I wanted to check. Wired made a big publication. I want to check that out too. Um, I wonder what the. Actually, I'm curious about the. Let me. Hey, Will. Bye-bye. By the way, there is I got a collab open, so if anybody wants to come on, I'm just chilling. I want to look at the news. I want to see what's up. I want to test Devon, and I want to play a little bit around with this new product that I've done, which is going to be like dovetailing exactly into the stream in the sense that instead of going out and looking for what is the news that is of interest, it arches what is trending, and then it looks back at the resource paper, and it turns that resource paper into an easy to read script. And I've added a second personality using real-time voice API to see if I can have a conversation with while I'm doing that with somebody who can like do a back and forth with me. And I did this using Devon, so we're gonna be looking at that later as well. Now, all right, this is what I wanted to look at. We're looking at give me a second here. We're looking at the first entirely AI generated video game. Now, okay, it's an interesting title. It's an interesting title because, like, I mean, what is a video game, right? It's a simulation. And the Simulacra that was made by MetaGPT already was kind of a video game. I don't know if you guys remember that paper, but they actually, made a low pixel video game and, programmed all these agents, and they had them live, and it was pretty funny because they threw parties. Some of them got married, and then it was funny to see how everything developed. Oh. I can listen to this story. I'm subscribed to Wired. Paywalls. Aren't they supposed to give me like a couple of I haven't been looking at Wired. Okay, anyway. Let me see. go look at it somewhere else. But I want to see what this is, what they come up with. Totally AI generated video game. Excuse me. Perplexity. Yeah. The first entirely AI generated video game, Oasis. Actually, I've heard of this. Wait. This is not new. No, Oasis is the one that they did on Minecraft, I think. Yeah, this is not. Let's have a look at it anyway. Minecraft still rings supreme over a decade after its release, thanks to its endless sandbox of quirky gameplay. So, yeah, I remember this. An AI startup, Descartes. Nice name. For those of you who don't know, Descartes is one of the main what you would call one of the fathers of metaphysics and philosophy, and being powered by usual gaming, this world is entirely dreamed up by a transformer-based AI. This isn't some generic AI-powered art generator, though. The AI works like a bizarre cross between a video renderer and a generative daydreamer. It's interesting to think about, like, the instances and how they run the instances. So if you change something in the game, I think there's something called this job, and how many times does it run so that it updates the whole world. The frame base just saw it's kind of like the AA equivalent of trying to build a Lego house with a blindfold on. For example, if you focus on a texture too long, don't be surprised if you look up and find that the world has subtly or dramatically shifted. Interesting. Maybe that mountain you were eyeing has morphed into a floating pyramid, and that blocky sheep you were petting now looks like an abstract impression of a sheep. Oasis has a mind of its own, and that mind is, shall we say, a little bit unpredictable. Okay, this is not really new news. I thought there was a new one that had just came out, but one of the things I wanted to make a point of from this was about like how AI a lot of people mistake AI and think like, okay, AI is coming and it's going to be changing a lot of like data entry jobs mostly. And I mean, this was already proven wrong because the first displacement were white collar jobs, because generative AI being based on large language models actually was more effective right from at doing jobs that are related to, for example, writing, marketing, copy. And so a lot of the people that were in these jobs were replaced even before any of what we would have expected are the lower blue collar jobs. And that is because obviously like a lot of these lower blue collar jobs require AI's physical adaptation or physical transposition into the real life world. And what you're having right now is something that you'll see in almost every industry. You'll see it, you're seeing it in education, you're seeing it in coding already, you're seeing it in, as I've said, in marketing and sales, but you're seeing it in other industries altogether, for example, entertainment and, for example, video games. So let's say, for example, what's happening is like usually, like if you go to Science City, which is where Pixar's based, or Disney, let's say, in Zurich, you got people there that have studied 7+ years. They have a PhD or a master's degree, and they're usually the people that have been making all these blockbuster movies that we that we know and love. The same is with video games. Video game industry had a way, and it was a very difficult area to break into. What happens now is that with the advent of generative AI, now let's underline here the word generative, right? It generates content, right? So it's perfect for things like image, video, language, text, and also animation and entertainment. So like Disney, PlayStation, Epic. Like, look, if you look at Epic, for example, and you look at its track record right now of Epic being the company that is behind, for example, some of the biggest blockbusters that you know really killed it in the last couple of years. They're receiving, last year they received, I think, 100 different rounds of it can't be 100. Well, they received like an uncanny amount of investment, and which was very strange to look at. You saw Lego investing in Epic. You saw Woodworth or different like private VCs investing in Epic. And it's very interesting to think, like, why are they investing so much in Epic? Like, and I got my own personal theory, which is like, Epic is pruning up to be also one of the players which wants to tackle the challenge of the metaverse, right? Interoperability. They've done a great job with Mopies. They've done a great job with I think they're doing their own MMORPG as well. But they're also going to be doing, I think, other stuff that, according to the track record of investments that I've seen. And so, yeah, Disney, Epic, PlayStation, all of these guys, what you'll see is like they have created their own AI labs, right? Why have they created their own AI labs? It's simply because if you have you have an animation and a game developer, right? Time and cost. And what is happening is, like, of course, you know, after, let's say, over here, you know, after they've done their 7 years and they're like really good at, of course, like there's different parts when I'm talking about game development, right? I'm talking about more the technological part, but the same could be applied to the storytelling part of a video game. And what happens is that what these guys are hired, right? Once they've got enough experience, and they cost a lot. They cost a lot because they went through, you know, very deep courses of learning all the different technologies and engines, everything that's needed to make really good video games. And what's happening is that with AI, well, that's a little bit is that there is a breaking point where, so if you call this the generative AI game developer, and when I'm talking about games, I'm also low-key talking about like animation, right? What happens is that they are able to much quicker reach a point where they are able to do something, the same thing, or a game or an animation. I mean, we've seen some guys that have made like short movie clips which are on par exactly with the quality of Pixar when I'm talking about special effects. And what they've used is basically like advanced LoRa's and advanced LoRa's and different like stable diffusion technologies. And so the difference is, though, that they're able to make the same sort of product, but they're able to make it in a much shorter time at a much shorter cost. So all of the companies are, of course, very interested in creating their own AI development. I think, for example, Disney's one. We can have a look at it right here. Imaginarium Labs, I think it is. Yo, Will, what's up? Tell me things. This is Disney's one, right? Walt Disney Imagineering. And you'll see they already have a host. What we do. A host of technologies, just like looking into like what Met is doing. Pioneering entertainment. Walt Disney Imagineering is creating force that imagines, designs, and brings to life all the... Nope, it's not this. Oh, look at that. I like this one. Disney creates task force to explore AI and cut costs. And this is exactly what I mean. So a lot of these guys, at the end of the day, are not becoming irrelevant, because like being able to make a good video game, you need to have loads of you need to have a very deep understanding, not only about you know, how to the technical part of it, but the storytelling part of it, the gamification part of it, the part which makes the stickiness, the part which, you know, they need to think about social proof, they need to think about all of the things that make, for example, life exciting, and bring it to a game, you know? has created a task force to study artificial intelligence and how it can be applied across the entertainment conglomerate. This is, I don't know if this is under Bob Iger or not. Even as Hollywood writers and actors battle to limit the industry's exploit, and this is gonna be tough. And I've got to say, I kind of relate with a lot of the people that have put so much heart and love into creating these stories, like Pixar being the perfect example of like a company that, you know, since its inception, they talking about their first, let's say, 10 years, they just had, I think, 8 to 9 blockbusters, one after another. Always they were on number one in the blockbuster charts, and it was a testament to the culture of the company, which actually was a company that got a huge investment by Steve Jobs before it got bought by Disney. This guy that was behind Pixar, Steve Cadman, was a genius in how to manage a company in a completely different way. It's something that actually we look a lot into when we're, give me a second over here, thinking about like what makes a company culture good, because I mean, the way that I see it, and I think the way that a lot of people see it, especially in this day and age, is that culture eats people, which eats strategy for breakfast. I don't know if you've heard the original version is culture eats strategy for breakfast. AI could enhance customer support or create novel interactions. The former Imagineer pointed to Project Kiwi, where they're creating characters for Guardians of the Galaxy using AI. Machine learning, the branch of AI that gives computers the ability to learn without being programmed. AI can become a power keg in Hollywood. It will become a power keg in Hollywood. It will become a power keg. Bob, as I said, it's probably Bob Iger's idea. This guy's left Disney and got brought back. Yeah, we're gonna see this across all of the different, and that's exactly what is the definition of the paradigm shift, right? It's now something else I wanted to check out was how do they call them? So again, AI serves as a propellant to, it's like blockchain, right? Except of course, AI by itself, because of generative AI and the ability that we have to communicate with it, has, you know, created a Cambrian explosion of tools, which immediately provided the ability of people to have access to the technology, and would not need to have like groups of 20 white-collar programmers to make and build something. And that was like the immediate thing that you saw in the shift. But as things are starting to progress and the paradigm shift moves from one part to another, what you're seeing is like the whole industries themselves change and readapt fundamentally, not just the way that they are creating products, but the way that the products are delivered, distributed, imagined, created, programmed, etc. But it's not all cake and candy. I just the other day came across one of the things is robotics, right? Now, robotics, robotics are going to be completely changed because of swarm intelligence. Exactly. No, they had a name for these guys. With swarm intelligence, basically, which is a kind of it's kind of an AI model. You can have like swarm is taken from the word it's a biomimicry term, so it's taken from, for example, swarms of bees or like I wouldn't know if you call it swarms of ants, but the way that they interact with each other again are each agent has a smaller each agent within the model has a smaller task to do, but in tandem they are constantly coordinating by exchanging signals with each other, and this is exactly what a robot needs. For example, right, he needs it is basically the advent of a technological nervous system, if you want to think of it like that. Yeah, but there were these new guys that I'll put this on.
In 2021, experts predicted China wouldn't catch up to Western robotics for decades. They were wrong. In just 3 years, China has filed more robotics patents than the rest of the world combined. 190,000 patents that are reshaping the future of automation. But here's what's really shocking. Their robots aren't just catching up, they're breaking world records.
Yo. Sorry about that.
In 2021, experts predicted China wouldn't catch up to Western robotics for decades. They were wrong. In just 3 years, China has filed more robotics patents than the rest of the world combined. 190,000 patents that are reshaping the future of automation. But here's what's really shocking. Their robots aren't just catching up, they're breaking world records. China just hit a milestone that stunned the robotics world.
China has officially surpassed the US and every other country out there, taking the top ranking spot of robot density and now leading in industrial robotics. This is the walking, talking, physical humanoid robot market.
Yes.
Now, I am primarily in the software side of the AI space. I'm in the LLMs. I'm in all the tools that
It's
create
the same thing
AI
as swarm-based
clones,
LLMs.
natural language that mimics a human, the complete
Elon Musk
automation of marketing, internal operations, and even sales
is
through sophisticated bots and integrations.
happily working
So that's
with
the
the
world I live in. But I believe that much like Will Smith's iRobot
DOJ.
movie, the robots themselves
Or,
will add
Department-
the missing
Ministry of
piece
Defense,
we
sorry.
need to achieve AGI, which is a walking, talking form of robotic
this is
functionality
not the
that
same, it's
understands the real
swarms.
world around us and can translate that
Multimodal
back
swarms.
into artificial intelligence as a whole. I think
It still
a lot
doesn't-
like what was portrayed in
It still
Will
doesn't
Smith's iRobot
change
movie, Once we have these robots deployed at mass
Systems thinking
scale
type 1
and
to
walking and
system thinking
interacting
type
among us, they
1.
will have that
So
real world context that AI so misses the mark on today, where you just can tell the machine doesn't understand the real world as we do because we see it through a living lens. That is the piece I believe robotics will add to AI, completing that journey, taking us to AGI and beyond that, ASI. It is
So yeah, I gotta stop here. So this is a misconception over here. I'm a big fan of both Shapiro and I think Amy is her name. They produce great content, but this is a big misconception, which is, okay, look, there's one thing which is multimodal agents, and our development when it comes to multimodal agents has been incredibly fast and incredibly good. So multimodal meaning they're able to take in information that is not just data in the sense of like text, but sound, vision, and the more that they evolve in that sense, the better they are at then being able to have an impact in the real world, because they are able to read just the same way we're able to read the world, and they're able to understand the natural laws of physics that govern the world, and they're able then to behave like that. But this is not something new. This is actually something like multimodal agents. And again, I'm coming back to that idea: swarm batches and swarm AGI is not something new, and it's something that is being used in robotics, and it will definitely be an incredible thing to see. But it still does not make the difference between a model which has the ability to carry out specific tasks based on some certain guidance, with models which have complete emergence intelligence. That is a different story altogether, and it shouldn't be muddled up. AGI, ASI, and robotics. Robotics will exist and will happen, but they are not necessarily at all the way that they're not necessarily the door that will open the way for AGI. It is a scary thing, though, to see AGI working outside of a screen or outside of a digital verse and in, well, what we consider right now our normal physical world. That will be definitely something that's scary and that's different, but it is not AGI or ASI. The AGI or ASI is all about being able to surpass reasoning and going into emergent intelligence, which is basically being able to deal with problems that they have not been trained on, or that that the large language model has had no experience with, or has never had any kind of it's a new novel problem. If they're able to find out how to deal with novel problems that they've never ever seen before, that is systems level 2 type of thinking, and that's nothing to do with robotics. With that said, Amy, let's see what she has to say about these robots.
absolutely crazy to see how China is leading the space. I do think that said,
China, by the way, is not that incredible. If you look at the papers that are being put out on a daily basis, China puts out more than 50% of any papers related to AI or machine learning. So we do hear a lot about our current advantage when it comes to artificial intelligence, but let's also be wary, or let's also be aware that if there was a better technology, we wouldn't know about it. China is a state which keeps and likes to keep their cards close to their chest.
A company called Figure out of California, run by a founder named Brett Adcock, is also set to lead the space with large-scale deployments of their Figure 2 humanoid robot hitting car manufacturing facilities in early
Hitting car manufacturing facilities. So, I mean, this already exists. If you look at any gigafactory made by Tesla, they've met, these are by BMW. Interesting. Great, with 400% speed increases. So like in Tesla, which is leading the way in this, you see this because in a gigafactory, they have, well, they noticed that the biggest bottlenecks are people at the end of the day, right? If you can have robots doing the jobs of people and the accuracy rate is great and they can run all day long, and they are cheaper than people. And that's why, for example, Elon Musk in Texas has invested in this new gigafactory, which has basically the most advanced supercomputer with 50,000 GPUs by NVIDIA, because he understands that it is with the power of compute, he will be able to continue building cars in like EVs, but other things as well, in a way which it decreases the bottleneck of humans by replacing it with machines. So basically, think of it like he's building power plants, which he has built machines to build machines that build machines. And so this is nothing
2025.
that's new.
You add to that Elon Musk bumping up production development of the Tesla bot called Optimus. Elon Musk plans to have the Tesla bot in every single facility building the Tesla products and vehicles. And
Already there's machines that are doing it. They're just not like humanoid robots. It's a bit of a gimmick, if you ask me. We've seen the announcements, but it's part of business. It raises the stock. I understand.
and it's his goal to have these Tesla bots in high production in 2026. So yeah, we've got some big players right here in the US.
Now, what I want to know, or what I'm interested in, is like certainly I would put my bets on the fact that the the Department of Defense in the US, on their chair sits Elon and sits Eric Schmidt and sits Mark Zuckerberg, and they are all involved in making sure that these technologies that we're making aren't only technologies that are consumer products, but they're technologies which are, keeping up the American almighty arsenal up to speed, in comparison to China. And this is obviously one of the reasons why AI is something that we need to take always, with a lot of with a lot of care. Accelerationism at all costs is reckless, and it's also why Elon himself was an advocate of slowing down. And I think you see, in some of his companies, for example, what's the one what's the one the BCI brain implant chip that he has. I forget the name now. I think Elon has a good understanding that it is important for us to develop as humans in tandem with AI, so as not to ever be subjugated by it. If AI at some point runs rogue.
We are currently leading the AI space when it comes to LLMs.
Again, you wouldn't know if this is true or not true, simply because the whole cybersecurity and the whole AI department of China report directly to the chairman, Xi Jinping, and they're not in the business of letting their 20-year plans known to everybody. And unlike the Americans, which have much more leaks and I mean, let's say, like to puff out their chest much more. It is dangerous to assume, again, taking into account that more than 50% of papers that are, let's say, of value are coming from China, and more than the US and Europe combined, then you need to take it what we're seeing here with a grain of salt. Okay, we might not be leading the LLM race. Commercially, it might look like that, but the LLM race for some other superpower, supernation, might not be in the interest of consumerism, but of having a geopolitical advantage.
And the models were developing, but there is some astounding innovation coming out of China. Their massive investments in industrial robotics are putting them way ahead of the curve. And in this video, I'm going to break down what that investment is, how they are holding 5th place right now in robots installed per 10,000 employees. Ahead of them is Korea, Singapore, Japan, and Germany. All in all,
Idea that Japan is anywhere near what China or the US is in terms of robotics and what they're able to do is absolutely preposterous.
Asia's average robot density has grown by a whopping 18%. That's a compound annual growth rate since 2016. You compare that to Europe, for example, which is at an 8% instead of the 18% Asia has.
All right, okay, stop dissing Europe, okay? We're just here. We're right in the middle. God bless our souls. It's I don't know, I mean, you see what's happening in the US and we look at them and we say, oh my God, look how bad, but we have a real difficulty in, we're in a difficult position if these other big countries or these powerful supremacies, if they just unlock and unleash and incentivize and multiply their technologies while we focus on regulation for safety, we're always going to be one or much more than one step behind, and always going to be at the beck and call of the US and NATO for its protection.
In the compound annual growth rate since that same year. America, by the way, is also at 8%. In 2021, lots of experts predicted that China wouldn't catch up to Western robotics for decades. I mean, with Elon Musk building Tesla, with Figure building this beautiful walking, talking, functioning humanoid, and even Boston Dynamics based here in the US, it appeared to be a safe bet. But China has taken the lead.
Okay.
In just 3 years, China has filed more robotics patents than the rest of the world combined. What?
Yeah.
We're talking 190,000 patents that are reshaping the future of automation. They've done a mass deployment of robots in their workforce, officially surpassing 470 robots per 10,000 workers. Of course, we see South Korea in the lead. They've replaced an entire 10% of their workforce with robots. And that was correlated.
Again, we're looking here again, looking only here at commercial applications, and where most of where most of the efforts are going are in defense contracts. The idea that these robots are, that they need to be humanoid-like robots to replace people are a gimmick for shareholders. Now, I mean, if you're going to make a machine that is, let's say, more efficient in a production line or even in a battlefield, you would reinvent it and you would reimagine it so that it's fit and suited to that purpose. And I have a hard time in believing that the human autonomy, like our physical autonomy, is the best for any kind of like situation where there is a war. It is if robots are going to be deployed in the form of humans, it is only for anthropological reasons, so that we can empathize more with them and perhaps be less scared. But as like episodes of Black Mirror have showed, for example, you can make much more effective robotic products, and you can model them to whatever purpose it is, and that will rarely be a humanoid physical structure.
Related directly to the president of that country saying, hey, we have a really low birth rate. We don't have enough people for the jobs we have, which is a real problem, not just in South Korea. But in China, 470 robots per 10,000 workers is actually triple the global average. This year, Chinese companies unveiled robots that are breaking world records. One of them, Tiangong, is the world's first fully electric running humanoid, and it completed a half marathon. Star Run has set the world's speed record for a robot at 8 miles per hour, and K2 by Kepler, also based in China, can lift 33 pounds with a single hand. Now, that's not to say
Jesus
some really innovative
Christ.
things are coming out of
Do
other
you lift,
countries.
bro?
The Q-Bot from Toyota, for example, set another world record with the
Okay.
farthest basketball
Props to
shot
Japan.
ever done by a robot. I'm talking an 80-foot shot. That was from a
Bye bye,
Toyota robot.
LeBron. Oh,
We're
dude, I'm
looking
gonna
at the mass
love new
deployment, yes,
sports
from China and
entertainment.
also from many other countries, of robots that can
If
navigate complex environment.
we're gonna have like if we're gonna start mixing, this is something that is very peculiar about metamodernism, is people starting to ask themselves, well, I am made of atoms, right? And my mic over here is made of atoms. So we're both just a series of atoms, and within those atoms, other smaller particles, whatever they may be, I don't know, that are in a constant state of movement and vibration. What is the difference exactly between me as is this microphone like different than I am, because like I breathe and I'm an organism, but is that enough of a difference to say that like we are separate types of entities, given the fact that at the end of the day we're just both made out of a combined group of molecules and atoms? And in metamodernism, a lot of this is coming into question, which is kind of uncanny when you think about, like, yeah, we've been thinking about in the last, postmodernist ages about how, should men participate in women's sports and women should participate in men's sports? Well, should robots participate? You know what I mean? I mean, if there is, I mean, if we continue down the path, and metamodernism, I wouldn't say is a continuation down the path of postmodernism. It's more like a, it's more like a recalibration of modernism and postmodernism and tribalism even. I would start to say like a lot of in the future, what might happen, like in a very, very, very distant future, is that the distinction made between machines and people is going to be a much thinner line, just as we've seen now with what we have always considered are the biological standards or between genres.
Understand human emotions with NLP, LLMs operating the software in the brains of these robots. You can talk to them much like a human and they're going to understand you. These robots also learn from experience. So while the Wii robot launch that Elon Musk did in 2024 in California had humans in VR suits controlling the robots, that was a form of training the robots to do that next autonomously on their own. China is looking at
No problem. I mean, again, coming back to Elon Musk and coming back to the new gigafactory that he's made in Austin, Texas, having the biggest supercomputer of 50,000 GPUs. He understands that it all comes down to compute. Why? Because having humans training these robots creates a massive bottleneck, and that bottleneck is, well, precisely that humans have to train the robots. What you want is that robots train themselves with information, with data, and think about Tesla cars. Tesla cars are filming everything while they're driving, and that data, like now in the new versions of the FDI, the fully self driving car, FDI, which is the software that is used to develop Teslas. They no longer are hard coded with humans. These are now neuro. These are now neuro. Excuse me. These are now neuro advanced modules that are taking all of that data and information, and just like we have had DeepMind do for many years, they're training themselves. But for that, what you need is compute, right? You don't need employees, you need compute. So yeah, humans training or humans like giving it's a very, very sketchy MVP, because at the end of the day, these are multimodal robots. It's all about collecting enough data and information about the world around you, feeding it to them, and having this neuronal feedback system actually make the model more effective. And that's exactly what you have with FDI, full self FSD, full self-driving, and their software. It no longer is bottlenecked by humans, because now what it's doing is it's training itself based on the data that the cars that they have out on the streets are collecting all the time with cameras.
at 2025 for rolling out mass production of humanoid robots. Think iRobot coming true. With Chinese robots being 75% cheaper than the alternative, it's impossible to ignore what they're doing. So this shift isn't just about manufacturing alone. It's about the future of work. We're looking at a fundamental transformation of how businesses operate.
Future of work, future of geopolitical politics, future of let's take Ukraine for example. in the Ukraine conflict, there there were certain limitations as to the effectiveness of tanks, which would be what you would assume are the best the best thing that you can deploy if you're in a conflict. But because for example, because of EIDs, which are stuck which are easily combined now with drones, for example, it was very easy for people to just put down these tanks. So actually, funnily enough, we not funny at all. Actually, we think that the war that happened there, obviously nuclear is not an option, because of the proximity and also because of the chain reaction it would cause politically. But to have like a precision attack, like for example the one that Putin had to take the capital right from the beginning, it needed humans, and tanks could just not get the job done because of they were too cumbersome, and they were too easy of targets for people that were already equipped with US military grade and anti-tank rocket systems and so on.
One of the things I do every
So having like robots, again, they don't need to be anatomically the same as humans, but having them move in to a war zone is it's a very it's a big reality, again, because nobody wants to press the red button. Once you press the red button, you can expect that somebody will press the red button against you. There's around maybe I think around 10 to 15 nations that have a nuclear arsenal, and you don't want to be the one that presses the red button, because somebody else is going to press the red button against you. So war has kind of like has reached a stalemate, or what we call a Nash equilibrium, where people are not going to use nuclear. And there is, of course, there's an agreement that has been made after the Cold War, where the US made sure, or tried to make sure, that there, for example, actually Ukraine was a nuclear power and had to give up its nukes, and look what's happening now. But it wouldn't be in Russia's interest to nuke Ukraine, because I mean, what are you gonna do with a country that's nuked up? Like, the value of Ukraine is in its flat land, is in its it's, as they say, the bread basket. You're not going to want to nuke that, especially when you are then obviously going to be targeted as somebody that needs to be deleted, yeeted from the earth. So these robots actually have huge implications in terms of war and how war will be carried out. Sure. So it's something that we need to also take in consideration. It's like, it's not only replacing jobs. I mean, every day we have a more tense environment around these superpowers and supernations, and the geopolitical conflict is, again, something that has been, since the Cold War, really kind of dancing in an equilibrium that is very, very sensitive. And for a moment there, the doomsday clock almost reached midnight. Think it was 3 minutes to midnight during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yeah. But it never actually went past that. And after the attacks on Japan, everybody came together. NATO was formed, and U.S. as let's say the power that came out of the whole World War II is the strongest one, and also the one that now basically had the largest base of consumers, which all other countries were going to be dependent on in order to rebuild the destruction that happened in their actual territory. Made sure that nobody else would build nukes. One of the things that the US did not do, which might have been a mistake in retrospect, was also say that they would give up their nukes, because the fact that they didn't give up their nukes allowed Russia to keep nukes and allowed other countries that already had nuclear power, like North Korea, seems to be one of those. I mean, it's a little bit enigmatic whether or not they have it. They call him Small Rocket Man, but still, Rocket Man is not a good thing. You have Israel, but Israel's nukes are also, I think their nuclear facilities are U.S. owned, but what would have had to happen after World War II was just everybody like stop and put, as the quote of as the quote of Oppenheimer goes, something mother of evil life created, blah blah blah. Everybody should just have like said, okay, no nukes, nobody gets to have nukes. Nukes, like they're the bum of the party, like let's stop it. But the Americans didn't want to give their nukes up. They just wanted to make sure that nobody else makes nukes. Yeah, this is a lot of backstory that also is like that weaves into what has happened in Ukraine, because this was also when the Minsk agreements were formed, which stated that Ukraine would never be part of NATO and would always act as a buffer zone. And of course, when Biden started flirting with the idea of allowing Ukraine to join NATO, that was in breach directly with what was agreed post the Cold or post World War II, and so yeah, all of these things are really important to look at from the lens not only of our jobs, because like that is going to be definitely something that is a big problem in terms of whenever there's a paradigm shift, there's this huge displacement, and then this displacement over time is compensated because new jobs are made. But if the displacement is too high, and we look at an unemployment rate of 20%, then how long can a country survive with that type of unemployment rate and an economy and a stagflation? Basically, the answer there is a very scary answer. And it's something that is very important to keep into account, because, for example, for every 2% of unemployment rate that increases, crime rate increases by 0.5%, death rate increases by 0.2%. Like, so, these figures, these statistics, they're scary already just by looking at them. But when you dig deeper into them, you can very well be talking about a period which we go through, which is almost similar to something like The Walking Dead, you know. And what we need there is actually not to make more robots or not to focus on creating these armies of robots, but actually think about how we are going to navigate that transition without having half of the population starve in many of the countries. Let's see what Amy has to say.
Every day at First Movers, my team and I help business owners pinpoint how to essentially establish their first movers advantage now, before the robots come
Okay, so
and
it's
take
a
all the jobs,
business pitch.
before AGI is here. If you can build end-to-end streamlined automated solutions for your customer service, your sales
Okay.
department, the marketing you do,
It's great. You can already do that. You don't need robots for that. Multi-agentic workflows are great at actually addressing problems which are experienced by verticals as a whole, so that, instead of having a chat bot, you have a tandem, multiple different agents working together and taking over a whole department like supply chain. Anyway, I was looking at this recently, for what it's worth, great source of content. Let me just share with you guys. We're talking Amy. I don't know exactly, but they're called First Movers, and that is a company by Amy and by one of the people that was always most inspiring to me in when it came to AI, which is David Shapiro, which or as he is known, David open quotes leaving AI close quotes Shapiro. He keeps trying to leave and coming back, but he is one of the brains that has been exploring the depths and exploring AI cognitive hierarchies and imperative heuristics, and was very, 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 very influential, at least for me in the beginning, when we started thinking about this, kind of like whenever everybody was trying to jailbreak different models, he was already leading great groups of multiple people with incredible backgrounds. Unfortunately, there is, I would say, like a little bit of a there is a okay, what is this here? Robo Wolves. He was carrying the torch about, like, what are the imperative heuristics that we have to keep in mind so that we develop, if as we go forth we are thinking about developing AI in a form that does not come and just completely destroy this Nash equilibrium I just see. Look, this is what I was talking about. It's like, what I was talking about is, like, they're not going to be humanoid shaped if they're going to be deployed.
Salutations. Today, let us talk about one of the more popular systems from the Zhuhai Air Show that have been circulating around the internet. A combat system of robots wolves have attracted wide attention with its innovative concept. The quadrupedal robot
they look like
is developed
Boston
by
Dynamics.
China's Self Industries Group Corporation.
God
or
damn, they're
CSGC.
scary.
They appear to be dispatched by a specially designed carrier vehicle in combat units such as a small squad or
God.
a cluster. According to the media, they are suitable for urban warfare, hostage rescue, clearing mines, border patrol, and sniping missions. There are 4 wolves in the small team in the video. There's a well-defined division of labor between team members. One of them is the recon version, primarily
Do not
collecting
think that this is
about the surrounding.
you know, fake
Next, we have the logistics version
fake
for carrying
news.
supplies and ammunition. And of course, we have the fire supports variant. And you can see the assault rifle it carries. The fire supports variant can use the information passed down by the scout to identify and take out any threat. They weigh 70 kilograms, and presumably there's small differences across each variant. Endurance is around 3 hours. Let's take a closer look. At the bottom front, we have what is called a LiDAR, which stands for light detection and ranging. It operates on a similar principle to radar,
Jesus.
except the LiDAR uses a small laser to measure distances instead of radio waves.
Look at the precision. This is
Above the
exactly this
LiDAR is a large
I'm
camera.
talking about.
The central
Like,
control system
you
is
can
behind the camera.
take over a
The
country
robo-wolves appear to be fairly
without
mobile.
nuclear,
They can climb
without any
upstairs
nuclear
very easily,
threat,
for sure.
surgically.
According to the media, they can pass through complex terrain, can maintain a low profile and remain stealthy while moving,
Nuts,
and can
nuts
fire
and
and
scary.
move at the same time,
And I don't want to watch
and
it.
maintain high accuracy while doing so against
Eurasian Naval Insight. Like, I don't exactly this. I'm not exactly sure. Like there's an advance at night. This very sneakily sneaking to key locations behind the enemy. A little bit weird. This will forever change warfare, as China can also produce these at a very large scale. So can the US. Around if this is the US, maybe 1,000. Not to mention if these wolves can destroy a multi-million tank. They don't seem to. Yeah, maybe they have like some sort of like self-detonating capabilities. Defend European robots. Chinese robo-dogs protect and defend European robo-dogs. What are you talking about? European robo-dogs. It would be great for infantry. Exactly. Anyway, this is very dystopian. And let's get back on track. It's very dystopian. I wanted to the last thing I wanted to check was this yeah, there's an interesting case to be made about the generative AI and what effect it's having already now, as we can see on economic dynamics, because they're definitely bringing advantages, and this is something I guess important for anybody, and especially for our stream, which is trying to empower people with the knowledge and know-how, so that they have they're resourceful, industrious enough, polymathic enough about the subject, and they can use it. They can use generative AI or AI to their advantage. And as we move on forward, we will be creating courses and everything. But the point is, like, there has been a study recently that was made that like showed, of course, people that have specialized knowledge or specialized understanding about a specific field are able to obtain much higher return on investments on different using different models, which is something important, I think, to note, right? And it just goes to show again, like you wanna keep it's not like particularly the robot that we just saw that's going to replace you. First of all, you need to be sure that you are in a position where you are able to work with AI, because it's most often going to be the case, and or at least first it's going to be the case where the person that knows how to work with AI that replaces the person that doesn't. And for that, you don't need to know how to code Python like from, or C++ close to the metal, or know how to design circuit boards. You need to be you need to have a broad scope of knowledge around what AI is able to do, and you need to be able to understand what every different type of technology is able to bring to you, so that in a way you are a kind of an architect. Companies will be looking for these sorts of people because it will be exactly these architects which will be able to define, okay, this is the direction that we should go. They know enough about a little bit of everything, so that then they can hire the people which are experts in different specific fields. And that is why I often say, for example, that we have moved or are in the process of moving from a knowledge economy to an allocation economy. And that means exactly that. It means the person that is most worth is the person which is able to have the bigger picture in mind, in what I like to call the AI polymath, or the meta engineer, let's say, or the architect, and then is able to understand more or less, okay, what technologies do we need, come up with a stack, maybe review it with some review it, but a lot of the work that then will be done will be then outsourced or will be delegated to the ones, or to the people which are specialists, or even to AI itself, depending on if it already knows how to do, or if it already has that competency. And so, of course, the value of those people is rapidly increasing. And that's why it's important, when people ask, what should I do to keep my, to have stability, and to make sure that I have a stable future in the modern workforce? The answer is basically, what you need to know is you need to understand AI from the perspective of a polymath. You need to understand it in the way that you know what different technologies can do, how they can come together. And that's why I like to use the word architect a lot, even though, to be honest with you, a little small but maybe interesting interesting point is like, AI architect is a word which approximates most, like probably gets closest to what most companies will want to have, in order to be able to incrementally keep up with the times. But at the end of the day, the job of an AI architect is more like more like that of an archaeologist. Since AI and the platforms and the models and the technologies move so fast, what we're looking at over here is not like an architect that makes a waterfall project on how to make a building and then goes towards it, but it's much more like an archaeologist, in the sense that as you dig, you keep finding out more stuff, and you keep improving. So a little bit of tracing back to Eric Ries's ultimate the lean startup method, applied now on the level of how companies are going to be faced with upgrading their value chains, and how that's going to work. Sorry, I can't seem to get out of this subject now that I'm in it. Yeah, killer robots, wolf bots, a lot of robot dog armies, lot of lot of things to keep an eye on there. So let me move on, and uh, I wanted to. What's up with Grok exactly? Okay, that's fine. He's launched it. Decode and then speak the language of biology. Now, I mean, what are we talking about here? I mean, biology. Are we talking about like, most of our it's all protein, right? So we already have AlphaFold 3. Yeah, this is not new news as well. AlphaFold. An alpha let me try and read it through here. AlphaFold 3 is able already to see really? Oh, cool. We get the whole hey. Speeding up cellular research could yield tremendous things for humanity. Cellular research. Okay. Now, it's important for people that don't know out there, like, uh, after nano comes xeno, and our if we have like xenobots or xeno LLMs which are able to get into the cells, then we're very close to being able to almost completely obliterate most of chronic illnesses. Most chronic illnesses, at their very root, have one thing, which is inflammation, of course. But where does this inflammation come from? It comes from many times inside problems inside of the human cell. Now, inside the human cell, you have different organelles, but you have the mitochondria, which is what is known to be, let's say, the what creates ATP, which is what creates most of or the energy that your body needs, right? And a lot of people which have chronic diseases, a lot of people that have problems, could be in digestion, or could be in, even Alzheimer's and things like that. A lot of these can be traced back, or obesity and things like that. A lot of these can be traced back to your metabolism, and your metabolism can be traced back to the amount of ATP that you're able to create. So the mitochondria as the powerhouse of energy is something that needs to work. And and up until lately, we haven't had a lot of research or a lot of drug interventions that focus on targeting problems within the cell, intracellular problems. And by doing that, you can target for example, as I just said, the mitochondria, to make sure that your cells are producing as much and that you are as much and efficient energy as possible, which will then give your whole body much more power to be able to heal itself, but also methylation, for example, which is the chemical reaction which occurs mostly within your body, and it is also the chemical reactions which are most often related to how gene expression works. Methylation takes a big importance in gene expression, and also whether or not you have any genetic mutations or any cancerous or malignant mutations that start to take hold and metastasize. This is all have to do with the body's ability to methylate properly. And until not too long ago, we haven't had the technology to be able to really make differences in when it comes to these chronic diseases. And for a long time, we've been looking just at, for example, C-reactive protein to see about how what your level of inflammation is, and trying to figure out if you stumped your toe and it's inflamed or whatever, and without really understanding that most of the problems that result in chronic diseases are coming from intracellular issues. So it's really interesting that that they're exploring this, and that they're using AI and putting it to this area of research, where it could yield tremendous things for humanity: new medicines and vaccines, cancer treatments, as I've mentioned before, even just a deeper understanding of the elemental process that shapes our lives. And it's beginning to happen. Scientists are now designing computer programs, AlphaFold 3, that comes from DeepMind. They won the Nobel Prize, by the way, that may unlock the ability to simulate human cells, giving researchers the ability to predict the effect of a drug. That's, again, AlphaFold 3, mutation, viruses, or any other changes in the body. AlphaFold 3 not only is able to predict what a given, let's say that you have an SNP, which is a mutation on one of your an important gene that maybe could lead to, for example, ocular glaucoma, something like that. AlphaFold 3 is able to not only recreate the gene, which a gene is made out of a bunch of proteins. I think usually, if I'm not wrong, they come in three. I love biology, but I'm not a biologist by trade. Adenosine, glucosine, something like that, right? And depending on whether or not they some of them are expressed or not expressed, or if whether or not they have some sort of mutation, they can become problematic. And so with AlphaFold 3, what you can do is actually you can recreate exactly the way that that gene should be, because we've had the Human Genome Project, and we have correlated diseases with genetic mutations for a long time already. There is, for example, S&P Wiki, where you can see a lot of these correlations. And it can then make the actual protein, but also it can predict what will happen if it is. And it's interesting because, like, if you want to introduce one of these genetic variances into your body to replace a mutation that you have, or to it can be it can be a gene that has it can be a string protein which has a specific function there that isn't a gene itself. If you want to actually make the gene itself have a genetic interference itself, you have to also make the delivery mechanism, which is something, again, that I believe AlphaFold 3 is able of doing. And it is able it is able, using generative AI, it can basically, what used to take years and years and years, and would usually result in the high risks of something called protein folding, which is when it has unintended consequences on your, when you try to replace one gene with another, it then actually maybe, it touches on another part which it shouldn't, or that change causes an unintended consequence. It is able to make the prediction of whether or not that gene is able to make something that's going to be beneficial, and then create the vehicle. And what you need to do in after that is, well, you develop the protein. This could even be done with a 3D printer, for example. There's special 3D printers for this, and you inject it subcutaneously, so it's a very easy thing to do, and so one of the things which is definitely happening right now, because actually one of the AlphaFold 3, although now I think it might be already closed source, for a long time it was open sourced and you could actually play with it. There's definitely people in their garages making some very weird stuff, and maybe changing the color of their eyes, or trying to increase their performance in terms of oxygenation or whatever. There's so many things that you could do. And it's not only about genetics, of course. You can create peptides, which a peptide is just it's a branched amino acid, so a protein which mimics something that you already have in your body, and you can just recreate it. So, for example, like a very well-known peptide is BPC 157, which it's something that's produced by your bile, produces this protective bile protective compound is actually what it stands for, and I think that's it. And what they've done is that they've managed to find out exactly, like, what is exactly the combination of protein that you need to create that exact peptide, which again is an exogenous twin of something that your body already produces, and then you can inject yourself with it. And a lot of people are using it for healing wounds, for example. Even though it is created as bile healing, if you like inject it locally, and these are things that you can find online nowadays. It's even I wouldn't advocate for it. I'm not a doctor or anything, but you can find online. You can order it, and it is not for human consumption. So it's not illegal. Interesting thing is, like, there's a whole plethora of things that you can recreate just by understanding and knowing how to use programs like AlphaFold 3. Again, this is done by DeepMind. They won the Nobel Prize, and damn right, I think they should have won that Nobel Prize. That was one of the most incredible things that came out last year. Much as a chatbot can discern style and perhaps even meaning from huge volumes of written language, which is just then uses to create human-like prose, AI could in theory be trained on huge quantities of biological data to extract key information about cells or even... So this idea of it being theory is... it's outdated. This is happening already. Okay, we do again have enough information. Obviously, like there is not like if you imagine a company like 23andMe, the amount of information that they have on people's mutations and the diseases that they have, the correlations that were made by them were quite sturdy. And yeah, there's open source places where you can actually look at these things up, like S&P Wiki, as I said. And it's the holy grail of biology. Yeah, it is. Like, I think it's the first step towards human enhancement in terms of biology and using AI for it. And I think these are very important things to continue exploring under, of course, I mean, with a healthy dose of regulation. But there are like even whole arenas that get filled out from biohackers, which are changing their hair and changing whatever with different peptides, and now they're starting to doing it with genes. I mean, DNA, not Levi genes. Okay, leave your genes alone. Yeah, that's very cool. Okay. So I think I'm not gonna cover any more news for now. It gives what time is it? Okay, it's not too late. What I want to get to is I want to go and I want to play a little bit with naughty little devil and devil. See how this is done, actually. Pretty weak. Okay, maybe let's get some work done. CPU usage is pretty high. This is my TikTok. Just quickly check. TikToky. Just want to know if like my new vertical if my new vertical look works for TikTok.
Olá, Fábio. Fábio. Eu sou a Tatiana do Tinder.
Porra, estás bué da feia, Maria. Pá, preto, tens cara de cavalo, parece a minha tia, mano.
Mas como assim?
Mas estás a olhar também, qual é a ideia? És a filha da minha mãe.
Fábio,
Qual é a ideia?
Fábio, que cheiro é este?
Mas cheiro do quê também?
Esse cheiro que tens?
É perfume cristiano Dior, mano. Oh, mas pá, preto, como é que estás também?
Estou meio triste hoje, nem sequer era para vir ter contigo.
Mas estás a saber, qual é a ideia?
Roubaram-me o telemóvel.
Mas o que é que te vai roubar?
Eu não sei.
O que é que tinha no telemóvel?
Tinha uma foto do Tiagovski.
Foto do Diagovski, Miri. Estás a gozar. Oh, vê lá se não é isso aí, mano. Tá bem.
Mas porquê que tens o meu telemóvel?
Oh, estás a olhar. Mas estás a olhar. Tens lá uma foto de carro.
Mas tu não tens carro.
Mano,
Let me
isso é
check
só-
something. Yo!
Boa tarde.
Okay. Yeah, it's working, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just getting into TikTok. Like something new. In fact, the whole streaming thing is something new. I just want people to accompany the process of you know, us. Well, first of all, like we have a B2B operations, so an AI agency and Clinic of AI. Well, I think it's very interesting for people to accompany the process of like us building it up. I thought since the beginning, like one of the cool things would be, okay, like if we're gonna build it, let's actually build it, but from the ground up. Let's build it on live stream. Yeah, so I mean, here it is. It's pretty basic. Yeah, my CPU's a little bit low. Tell you guys what, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. Taking a 2-minute break. Me. See if my intermission works. Alright, let's send it back. What's up? Well, I'm just going a little bit on a break. I was covering the news. We were looking at the Chinese war robots and doing some looking at some of like the new biological the new like bio things that you can do with AlphaFold 3. And I'm just gonna take like a 5-minute. If you want to come on, if you're bored, I'm gonna be playing with Devin, which is like an agent which is auto-coded, and I'm gonna be building products with him, seeing how good the output is. I still haven't gotten a conclusion if he is like the perfect replacement for if he's a perfect replacement. Oh. Usage at 40%. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It'll chill. It'll chill. It'll chill. Okay. Now, before we go to Devon, stream's back on. That's good. Let me just take the notice out. Where is it? Badge YouTube. There you go. Okay, back in track. You know what? I'd love to make this bigger. The display capture. I don't feel like it's. Yeah, that's a little bit better, huh? And then webcam. Why doesn't anybody raid me, man? Sorry, just 1 second, boys. I'm gonna hide this actually. No, I don't think I need this. Looks weird. Webcam follow Discord your name. And I'm gonna take the display capture, put it a little bit up here. Yeah, it's not bad. Okay, I'm happy about that. Put this here. And put this here. Whew. Okay. Okay. Just trying to check. What? So who are these people? Are they bots? And how are you able to tell? I get so many of them. All right. No mutual servers. No friends in comments. Eva Logan. Like this is a bot or a scam, but I got this thing which is called Do Not Pay. That if I get them all the way, let's try this out actually. Let's play this out, see how it works. If I get them all the way, to scam me into giving a credit card thing, I use this app, and what the app does is, I mean, it was one of the first ones on the scene actually. I really like it. What it does is it's gonna generate a fake CC number, but it's gonna they generate it and it's got some sort of like tracker on it, so that then they can find who the person is out in real life. And what they do is that they go after them for damages. But they do it all by themselves, like minimal investment. So, but this is a bot account, maybe 9 November 2012. Yeah, ask away. You know, I used to get a lot of these because I used to do a lot of Discord live instead of what I do now, and our community used to be substantially bigger. And then I took a break, and it's a long story. I'll get to it some other day. But we basically, like, somebody nuked it. Somebody had some bad faith feelings from our B2B enterprise side, and you know, we had to cast them away, and yeah, they nuked it. And since then, like, this, you know, Discord is, I love Discord. It's like the best, but I also I hate it. Like, it's the most useless. Like, I'll never get used to user experience here. I recently lost my job, and as I'm diving into commission to stay afloat. Would you be interested in taking a quick look at some? I get, for some reason, they're always digital artists. Okay, sure. But let me know what stack programs you work with. I'm a diddle. It's so many girls, or at least they got girl profiles, and they're digital artists. Sorry, I'm using my stream time to catch up. But let me quickly check her stuff, and I don't want to make it public, so just give me just 1 second. Give me just 1 second. Let me have a look at this, because I actually wouldn't mind a digital artist. I use Photoshop and Illustrator for GFX work, and I use Blender for I guess I like the fact she uses Blender. But like, as a digital artist, Krita, what the Krita? See, like, I'm not in the business of hiring. What a lot of these guys need to understand is, like, they didn't. Source graphic editor, design prompt for art and 2D animation. Yeah, like, a lot of them are talented. Like, the person I'm seeing right now is, like, okay, reasonably talented. Not. Okay. I like she works with Blender. Any AI tools in your arsenal? And she does make some cool motion effects. The question is like, if she's not like working with an arsenal of tools which I consider to be up to par, you know, with like Clang and whatever, then I'm always scared because I want these people to adapt. Because very soon, as we talked before, like so a lot of these Photoshop manual jobs will be done automated in an automated way. And so I need, somebody comes up to me and asks, and I have a lot of these people ask for a job, or if I have anything for them. Like I want to know, like, okay, sure, I want to know what, well, is there anything in mind? The question is important. Because if not, they're just not, they're people which are not adapting, which is fine. I just, it'll take some time to get these modules going so that we have people coming in where we can, you know, help them upgrade their skills and just give me a second. Just checking one thing. It'll be easy. Okay. Um, Okay, let's get back to work. Okay. Back to work. One second, I'm just making a brief for this person. Now, before I go live, finally, just check one last thing. Where are these guys when you need them? Okay. All right. Get a coffee before we get this going. All right. Let's do this. Devon o'clock. Let me just pump some stuff up. Discord. No, you can close. You can sleep. Grammarly takes an insane amount of RAM, and I've been touching around here on the RAMmy thing. Okay, let's get some jive first. We're talking about signing in. Yeah, let's get some Robocop stuff. Yeah, let's get some of that. Robocop. What do you say? What was his line? Robocop's line. Yeah. Freeze. You are under arrest. A little bit uncreative, to be honest. Oh, it was the 80s. The remake was pretty cool. I mean, I am a fan. What do you want me to do? Huh? I'm not ashamed to say it. Fan. I like Robocop. Look up to him. Everybody wanted to be an astronaut. I want to be fucking Robocop. Yeah. Okay. Just need to make sure that Robocop keeps his chill. Okay, we can vibe, but still gotta do some work today. That was the plan. Okay, somebody's asking for a product. Yeah, I mean, you guys know, I own a B2B AI agency called Clinic of AI. It is decently and reasonably coming along, but I'm streaming the whole process of building it up. Since I come from the AI space, I have, I had the privilege of having a lot of already like a network established and a first mover advantage. So when Gen AI dropped, I was like very quick on the ball. But I want to move into education, right? So that's why I stream like news. I stream the development of the creation of our AI agency or AI guild. I'm not exactly sure how you would put it, because I'm running it purely off of Discord. It's I wanted a completely new, different approach after working for corpos. Even though I did love my experience there. Do you know Game5? Yeah, I do. Like, this guy's gonna want me to do something tricky. You know? That's the thing about G5. Did you multiplayer mode free? Yeah. See it all around. Never play it. Yeah, what does this guy want? No, I've never played 5 in the mod. No. Okay. Let's get back to action. I'm still on level 1, so that's the point. Like, I was, and I guess I still am an AI strategist. Was an AI strategist for Crayon as a DACH region, and had to build a team over 250 people to serve the German-speaking part of Europe with data insights, with natural language processing, computer vision, and data platforms. Back then, that's how it was separated until both Gen AI dropped. When Gen AI dropped, you know, everything twisted, and these specializations, these 4 different or 5 different categories didn't really matter anymore. And yeah, that's about the time when I bounced. I learned everything, and I own everything to the corpo company that worked me endlessly. But I love the job so much that it's just good memories. But I came to Discord and I saw people jailbreaking the LLMs and every new you know, I mean, you type a jailbreak, and I was so inspired, not by the jailbreaks, but also by the way in which people were, you know, just throwing themselves at this and tinkering and tooling with the technology without having any like monetary incentive to do it. It was beautiful. I was awestruck. It was akin to something like the flower power times in the 70s, you know. And so I jumped ship right away, and I made our Discord server. It was one of the first, with a couple of guys that came from the original Auto AGI server, where a lot of the good talent stemmed from. And we started by just trying to, well, I had a pretty good understanding of how the business part of everything worked, and it kind of made me cringe to see some of the most talented people I knew, you know, jailbreaking models, and then selling like selling a script that would help you get the model. Back then it was probably like something like GPT-3 or something, I don't know, on how to give you the recipe. I'm well wondering if it's possible to make an AI anti-cheat for that, or an AI what controls the game. Yeah. It is. Good question. So this guy wants me to make something that's an AI anti-cheat for that, or an AI that... Okay, so it's not really about anti-cheat, it's about cheating. aggregate hours of gameplay. And then you can create a model agent for whatever purposes. The question becomes about ROI. Yeah, so that guy wants to make a cheat code for 5 of them. I think I've seen people sell stuff on Discord for games. I guess that's what he wants to do. I'm pretty sure, like, look, I'm gonna have to do something over here, boys. I'm really sorry, but like, there's some. I'm not gonna entertain this. We work above the board, but I don't know if I get like if I get screwed if I start. So let me do something over here. Put an image at source. Yeah, let me do that. So just give me a second. Look, I gotta do something behind this. Okay. Something that is not like family friendly, maybe. Okay, I don't know how people are judging these things, but it's always interesting. It's like same thing as you know, white hat, black hat, red hat. Somebody comes with a request like that. It's not exactly at all our target market we work with. To be honest, I don't know much about that. Just there's no explanation of it anywhere. Okay. Okay. You can put your cards on the table. No worries. What is it exactly that such a model would have to provide? Yeah, I don't know. Is that legal, illegal? I'm not sure what he wants. But I think yeah, that like I've seen these websites. They sell like 5M drops or whatever, and I think that's kind of what he wants. I think, but I'm not too sure. Anyway, I got other stuff to do as well. A new lead. Okay, great. I'm not taking any leads right now, guys. It's not about it's really that I'm trying to focus on scaling, and to scale wait. Okay, give me a second. To scale, I mean, you have to basically disengage from one thing, which is connecting your profits from the hours that you invest. And to do that, you have to automate stuff, and that's basically you have to disconnect your personal time from your personal time from the profit that you make. So you have to automate a lot of parts so that they're scalable, and that's kind of what I'm doing. I want to move into education, which is a part which I'm much more interested in, but at the same time I want to make this AI Leaders Arena a place where people can actually learn. And when I say learn, I mean learn the stuff that really matters, so that they can become future-proof in the modern workplace. And I know that sounds complicated, but I've gone through it several times, and one day I'll write a git about it, or when I have more time, I'll prep up our Discord server a little bit better so it's easier to understand. But for now, let me just take care of this this request. Is 5M big? I don't know. Is there a market for this? Cool. Yeah, I have an idea already, so I thought I didn't. Okay, anyway. Keep you for later. See what is this? What I want is the anti-cheat. If AI could, I want the standard thing, what an anti-cheat does, that the AI knows what to look out for, like no clip triggers, clients, so I think what he means is redesign. What I want is the anti-cheat. If AI could, I want the standard things, what an anti-cheat does, that the AI knows what to look out for, like no clip triggers. I guess that's a cheat. No clip trigger clients, so redesign, for example, and that it learns itself so that eventually it already knows more. It's in a normal anti-cheat. And put it to me like I've never played the game. And I'll follow you. What's up? Anyway. There's actually stuff I wanted to do, boys. Boys. Hmm. So, what I want to do here, see if I get to the end of this product. So I made a product that basically takes all the like cool journals that people should be aware of and just breaks them down into like really easy to understand layman's paragraphs. So people can catch up on the news like on the fly, but what I wanted is to add like real-time voice chat that's interesting, funny, witty. I based it kind of like on an old school arcade game guy called Duke Nukem. And I wanted to have a dialogue with me as we talk about the news, and that's basically the app. And I got everything working except the voice, which is a bigger challenge. And what I wanted to do, and what I'm still doing, is using Devin, devilish little Devin. Now I'm using Devin as I would use a junior, so I only want to give him like wake up, and I talk to him like a person. Smell the coffee. Let's get this for sale. Let's get this up on Sell, quick. Enable Vercel preview deployments for pull requests. Now, install rollback runtime build logs. I hope they don't ask for. I'm in the pro trial. That's not too bad. See how good his multimodal is by giving him a little bit of that. And see how this guy's doing. What am I? Is an anti-cheat? Yeah, okay. You want an anti-cheat? I got it. What the? System 2? Where do you get that stuff from? Are you absolutely nuts? Oops. What are you on about? There is no way. Math, self-evolving system to deep thinking, reason productivity to boost the math reasoning capability. Oh, we're gonna try definitely this. Of course, Smart Tech Post. See, I pinned these guys down the last time because I love the content that this guy puts out. But we're gonna want them to see the paper. I haven't exactly understood what are Monte Carlo chain trees. Value tree search is a heuristic search algorithm widely used in decision-making in the context of artificial for games. It combines principles from tree search algorithms and Monte Carlo methods to evaluate potential moves in the game. What is a Monte Carlo method? 4 steps for MCTs: expansion, suspension, backpropagation. MCT has proven to go in chess. Okay. Which research stands out as an efficient? What does it stand for? Why Monte Carlo? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna want to see that later on. So alright, let's see how Devin's doing. Go to Vercel, navigate to environment variable, add a new environment variable, open API key. Let's give it another name. What do they call the in Rick and Morty? What do they call it? They call it cable, galaxy table, cable. Intergalactic cable. Let's call it that. Anyway. Is code composing is at its best. You're not even composing or coding. Mean you get more involved in the third step. The attached image is where I am at. See if this guy came up with something. Okay, explain differently. I want to have a self-learning AI that learns by itself how to secure something against hackers. Only I want to build this into a game, 5 and then a script for the game, of course. And if it would be possible, I would like to have a status Discord bot. There, that is not with AI, only that I would like to have the status of the bands and status of the AI. But I would like that only at the end, and then also at the end of an admin website for the AI. Man, this, I think I asked a little too much. No. Now, let me see if anybody there understands anything about FiveM. As we live there, I went to self-learning AI. Okay, well, I know how to do this. Wait. Okay, anyway, I'm having a lot of fun with this guy. Yeah, add, that's what I did, right? Add environment variable. Whoa. Whoa. Add environment variable. If enabled, you and your team will not be able to read the value. This is brotherly business advice. Cost But yeah, I guess I'm basically teaching this guy a little bit of entrepreneurship. I wonder if there's a lot of money to be made. Okay. I want to give you guys a little bit of I want to tune you guys in a little bit of what's been happening here. Okay. So, Mr. Has this 5M thing, right? I mean, I've seen it around the GTA 5 multiplayer modification you've dreamt of. So it's a big ass mod. Okay. There's a modification for Grand Theft Auto enabling you to play multiplayer on customized dedicated servers powered by SFXRE. Um, okay. That's my input. So rookie zone over here comes up to me and asks, "Well, look, man. Basically, you know 5M, and I've heard of 5M, right? It just got actually allows I'd heard of it. Like I'd seen people selling stuff for 5M, whatever." Programming language. Yeah, it's not too bad. Okay, so there's a modification for Grand Theft Auto 5 enabling you to play multiplayer or customized dedicated servers powered by SFXRE. Is it Citrix or some shit like that? What the fuck is that? Man, what am I? A dinosaur? How? Why don't I know this? Well, we're developing and experience is just fine. And top rage titles. Citizen framework. Citizen framework. Okay. All right. Okay. Building upon your citizen framework, which has existed in various forms in the original community, driven by the strategy of reporting. Both players, server owners, and great GTP modding community first. Now, I guess what he's saying to me is like, I don't think he you know. I'll see how it goes first. So like both player server owners are graded GTA modding community first. Streaming 5M allows servers to use custom cars, maps, weapons, and more dynamically. 5M allows servers to keep the original game AI, so you'll never be alone. You can also PvE. 5M uses Rockstar's network code. 5M doesn't modify your GT5 installation, so you can switch between GTA and 5M without getting banned. So he owns a server. So he owns a server, and for my personal interest, I have a few questions. Cheating is the worth of a server judged based on its ability to counter cheating? What kind of cash does one make running a server, and how? Oh, what kind of cash? So. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, so he asked basically, yeah, hey, can you make something for me that's an anti-cheat? I want the standard thing, what an anti-cheat does, that the AI knows what to look for, like no-clip triggers, clients. So read engine, for example, and that learns itself. So redesign, I think that's what it, so red engine, for example, and that it learns itself. What is red engine? Maybe he didn't mean redesign. Okay, so learning that learns by itself how to secure something as hackers, to build this into a game 5 and then a script for the game, of course. And if it would be possible, I would like to have a status user bot that there is. Okay. Donations. They are not mutually. Imagine you can use. Yeah, right. For people to inform is this for bot for this. Question I have is yes, you're right. Well, I want to build into a game 5 and then a script for the game. Only that I would like that to have the status of the bands and status of the AI, but I would like that only at the end, and then also at the end of an admin website for the AI, or the boss of the AI, and nor other. Man, it's the problem is like you know, homie doesn't know how to speak. It's complicated. It's complicated, but I am curious about this. But yeah, I think he's realized that this is a little bit out of his depth. Unless red engine is a thing, which I am not aware of, that can just be like used as a proxy. Learn something new every day, huh? No, well, I'm not much into modding, boys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm much into mod basis of just wants to be able to. Okay, I don't. For my personal interest, I have a few questions. Is the worth of a server judged based on its ability to counter cheating? What kind of cash does one make running a server? That's actually true. I used to have a modded World of Warcraft private server. Anyway, back to what matters. Things that matter. Matters. What matters is this. Preview personal review. What exactly is this? Please review the preview deployment once it's ready. Let me know if you'd like to proceed with the file. Well, this is the preview, bro. I love the way he talks though. Right track. There should be a voice system though already. Or do I have to... Is there... what is... There's something going on. I need to add a custom domain. Let's go look at what's really happening over here with our sugar Devi. Planner rewrote plan. You're rewriting the plan, bro? Investigate cell service function crash. Okay. That looks pretty good actually. Editor. OpenAI with Streamlit. Okay, why is he using Streamlit? And fast API. Does that make sense? Investigate services. Prepare deployment of Vercel. What? Okay, but it doesn't count, right? No, it doesn't count. migrate backend from Vercel to a WebSocket compatible platform. Update deployment use set serverless function. So, I remember backend. What are we doing with the backend here exactly? Unicorn. This fly IRL. The hell did a public cloud built for developers or shit? Wait, isn't this for sale? Interesting UI UX. Pretty interesting. So on our Facebook, sorry, on our Discord, one of the things we got is That's very important is our little toolbox over here. The toolbox is where we keep all now, on our toolbox, we keep everything for everybody that we think is part of the new meta. Like, if whenever we find something that is fire, like a cool tool or something like that, we basically post it right over here. And the powerful, flexible cloud infrastructure platform designed specifically for developers. Key features of machines are hardware virtualized containers that launch. Virtualized containers. Since when is this available? This is new. AI and GPU clusters from reliable flame and what the hell? You're going to just cast the characters. Live is just rather it's a Jupyter. That's a good way to think about it. Live would takes the full agenda that looks flat, which makes it sneakily powerful. By linking up directly with the app clusters, you can easily switch between driving compute locally or on remote servers. Flame is electric power as a sort of. See what the fuck is that? Flame runs applications on actual virtual machines. This is really interesting. While virtual uses serverless functions, this unit can potentially offer more performance without cold starts, but may require more configuration. For Next.js and other front-end frameworks, providing seamless integration deployment on any containerizer, making it suitable for a wider range of back-end technologies. This is something that we need. Flying uses a Docker-based deployment model, which can be more complex to set up initially, but offers greater control over resources. Yeah, both offers CDN. Now, whenever we find one of these that we really like, we do first of all is make sure that it's got a nice picture. Picture, you know, an image is worth 1,000 words, right? So let's go back over here. This is a blog. So I like this picture. I'm gonna take that one, see? And after I take that one. So the reason I'm interested in this is because of like the way that it whips up virtual machines. And I need to make better. I need to make better. Okay, let's see how Devin's like. I'm using an app that has real-time voice open AI integrated into it. Does it make a difference whether it's for IO of the cell? So 3, it's not too late. When using an app with real-time voice open AI integrated, the choosing file universal doesn't suddenly pick up the voice files. However, there are some Fire may offer in terms of latency for the file, allow you to deploy your app closer to your user. Distribute edge server disk compression. No, I think Devin fucked up actually. Whoa, brother. So, I'm playing real-time voice interactions with these components. You've already done this. There appears to be. Um, Not a fan of mermaid boys. Never comes out to make a lot of sense to me. Well, I need to. I mean, I kind of believe it's right. Serverless, I mean. Yeah, save images. Desktop. Oh yeah, button. Desktop. Put this on. Professional. H plus. Coding. Shiguku. Shiguku. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, okay. it's gonna ask me to make what? Thought we'd gone through this. Aye, Devin. See how this architecture really works like. Not sure. Do another product while we do this, brothers. So. Alright, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna open up we're gonna spin up a new Devon. Don't like that one. Laura training, jobs in a toolbox, bumps, tutoring. Okay. Take this one out.
In this part of the 1000x masterclass, we're going to take a look at the universal chat, which allows us to talk with OpenAI, Grok, Anthropic, or OpenBabel.
Not interested. Not interested. What I really want is... Give me something good. Something people want. Something people need. Something people need. Come on. Okay. Come on, Devin. You serious, bro? What's going on? I mean, Yeah, well, this is gonna be a problem for sure. I mean, do they want me to buy like fly.io? I'm not much into that idea right now. Quite happy with Vercel, to be honest with you. But I do believe that real-time voice API needs a proper WebSocket, and that you can't do that with serverless thing like Vercel. So okay. All right, brothers. It's very good. The user experience that they're putting over here, it's definitely better than a junior. I'm sorry. Just worried that it didn't take the most important part. Magic. Never mind, still online. No, he's not. Okay, I'm gonna do something here real quick, real private. Just give me a second. Just give me 1 second. Looks like some Sonic, like old 90s stuff. I like it. Martin Shaw. Alright, just give me a second, guys. Damn it. I got a place over here where I have so many projects I want to do, but I can't find it. Okay. It's probably in my personal one. What about that? Give it a second. Let's reflect. Three figures. Oh, no way, dude. No way, dude. God damn it. That's not good. It's not good because I had a file of about hundreds of projects. Hundreds. That I wanted to go through with. And can't find it. Can't find it right now. And that's not making me terribly happy. So I'm gonna find that out. I know I'd uploaded it. I was pretty sure I uploaded it to others to be organized. Seems like nope. Yeah. No, I don't believe that. No, I don't believe that. Come on. I don't believe that. No, I just can't. I don't buy it. Okay. Alright, here we got a couple of them. There you go. Ah, juice, 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 juice. Video voice convert synthetic thought. Okay, what's this? There's the development team. I like that one. I like the multi-threading one. I like the all of these. The bookmaker, memory layer, self-instruct website, fork developer, unified synthetic thought. Okay, so there's these ones. It's very interesting how long that's taking. There's these ones, but there's also a couple that I have. Give me a second. There's also a couple that I have over here under projects on my community. Let's go look at what we got over here. General chat, toolbox. No, we want projects. There. Okay, what do we have? Packaging automator. Okay, Mert. Can we catch up this week? And I mean, just put a little. Your own ChatGPT content B2B seller. Okay, I want to do this one. Where is that folder, my friend? Okay, I'm pretty miffed. Pretty miffed. Yep, I'm pretty miffed. Okay, let's see how this is doing. 1 second. I was absolutely sure. Okay, let's web researcher with schedule web researcher. Synthetic thought framework, synthetic SQL, self-instruction, self-writing, massive persona generation, OpenAI, structured memory layer, knowledge graph from how to build an AI scientist. That's pretty cool. GPU is much solar videos, full stack, but what's your deep dive? Red ChatGPT clone, Archfix, rank researcher, Archfix rank researcher, Argentic game dev, Argentic game checks, it's 10 times Argentic bookmaker. Just help these guys out for a second. AI Arena. Go back to H plus coding. Come on. Okay, not here. Coding. Local AI. Wait. Select folder. We keep talking about the signing in bullshit, dude. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Again. What do you mean? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Now, what he wants is something different. Install the FLI. Installed. Open. good. Let's look at the repository. No, I just I'm pretty sure I have it here already. Don't need the sports part. Base Shuoku. Now, what are they on? Grab in 5 minutes. Sign in. Okay, let's do something different. Okay, again, going on to need something personal here. We get a password for that, and that password should be here. In messages, jump. Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Come on, let's go. Oh, he's still doing it with the stream, but that's gonna be interesting. Wait a second. Okay. Okay, here we go. Launch from your machine. Let's do that. Okay. Let me give Devin the informations. Install the CLF install. Yeah, sure. Why not? I don't know. Where's my cursor? Yep. Okay. No, I'm just gonna do it directly from the PowerShell. It's a task automation. What the hell? Or Windows PowerShell. Yes. Hello. How are you? The latest version features improvements. This is a pro. That's perfect. Thank you. Always using software or integrated connectors. Okay, installed successfully. Run auth to authenticate. Okay. Interesting. Well, we're just gonna do exactly the authentication part. Yo! Sometimes you need to close it. Oh, there you go. It's over here. And then you need to open it again. That's PowerShell. Okay, yes. And now we do authenticate. It should be connected now. Feel free to close this tab. Thank you. Overlap, git clone, GitHub, file, CD. Never heard of this thing. It's very interesting. Authentication token. Logged in. Authentication token. Waiting for successfully gotten. Okay. Now, authentication login. Let me go check this out. Authentication token. Put this over here for a second, boys. One second, I gotta check. Let's go flying. That's right. Ah, god damn it. How do I put this? How do I stop this? Okay. There you go. Let me see the dashboard of this thing. What do you mean? What, it wants me to put more money in it? No. No, we're not gonna do that for now. We're all good, thank you. Create a new organization, pay a new plan. No minimum commitment, you only build what you use. This is a good option if you want to. Okay, come on, man. Let's move. Need you anymore. Yes, sorry, I fell asleep. I've been awake all night, but no, the server is not open yet. Okay. Okay. Let's go back here. Okay, it's doing the deployment. Okay, while we're doing this, I want to launch new deployment altogether. And it's one of the ones we were watching here before. two-way voice chat, persona generation, walkthrough, self-writing system, message, self-instructed, synthetic, data-defined web researcher with scheduler, website fork developer, web video. For example, this is. There we go. I like this one. Something that we can sell easily. Perfect. That's what we're gonna do. Need to confirm the email. For that, I need to open a new one here, and then go here. There you go. Oh. Come on. Let's go. Yep, there you go. Now this should make this a progressive web app. I mean, it's got a nice design. Can we get it in dark mode? No, probably not. Doesn't look like it. What's this incident thing? No, Pretty sure I'm a big fan of it. Okay, alright, we already know what it is. I already know what this is. 5mnet, that's gone. Clinic of AI, that's okay. Now, AI Foxchow, but I want to actually it's still not. I've updated my plan, finalize deployment, red socket, update architecture. Wait, does it have everything? LPC final deployment now? Okay, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. Now, Clinic of AI. What am I gonna do? Readme file. Survey, transfer rights. Yes. Screen repository. Okay. All right. So, Devilish Little Devlin, where are we at? Where are we at, bro? Oh, come on. Where are we? Create updated archi... What? whatever this is. Oh, no, I don't like that. Okay. Start a new session. How am I gonna do this? For them to be productive or industry, we need to set up the environment and give to Yo, 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 yo. Okay. Let's get add. Now let's push that. One second. In GitHub. personal note, I want to go to professional H plus coding, and I want this. Alright. Where the hell are we? You mean I can set more repos later? Aye, aye, aye. Where are we anyway? Okay. WebSocket is local real-time transfer confirm working. Test output shows the other. Created comprehensive system or diagram attached. Okay. Color coded for easy component identification. Moved from result file. Okay. Local testing environment here. Next steps ready for review and final apply. Now architecture diagram provides clear. Would you let? God damn. It's not adding. Yes. What is this? Tough game, boys. Tough game, boys. just realized I haven't said anything for the last probably an hour and a half. That's what you get when you do 10-hour stream, boys. Oh, that's nice. Usually I speak much more, but actually this is something I really gotta do, boys. Alright. Let's call it a day. On that note, I'm gonna close it for tonight. 10-hour streams, ladies and gentlemen. High CPU usage. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was very silent. Wanted to put these products up. And that's what it is. Sometimes you just gotta put your head down and work. As things evolve, they'll become much more interactive. As some of these products will exactly be focused on making an engaging AI arena for the leaders of